Country Club. like something you want to shoot and eat.
No. All right, well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting for Tuesday, July the 11th. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Alisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2. Here. Gary Figgis, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitution 4.
Thank you. Leading our invocation today will be Chaplain Rich Stoglin from the Diocese of the Fort Worth Anglican Church. Following that, I will lead in the pledges of allegiance. Please rise for the invocation and pledges.
Morning, Chaplain.
Morning. To Judge Tim O'Hara, Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, good morning. The stole I'm putting on was presented to me in Afghanistan as Command Chaplain of 39 nations in a combat zone for 330 days, boots on the ground. With that, let us pray. Divine Parent, remind us between the dash of birth and death, there is much for us, the created, to do. The possibilities, in spite of the challenges, are ever before us. Inculcate in us, God, even in the era of what has become known as digital tyranny. Instill in us the nerves of faith will never be crushed by anyone or anything. As the Imago Dei, the image of God, prevails in here and out there. For tomorrow is today, because cause plus commitment equals change. Therefore, God, help this Commissioner's Court to embrace the holy reality, for much is given, much is required, with actions beyond mere words. Help them, God, to create, to demonstrate to those who feel the heat of uncertainty out there. But in this Commissioner's Court, they can find the coolness of respect, beginning with each other. Thus teaching this court as they discuss billions of dollars. Their other priority is the consideration for millions of residents. Create, Lord, in this court, the critical transformational passageway to transform from blamers to resolvers. Bless the entire staff and their families of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court today and beyond. May all they be embraced with their eternal presence. We pray for those who act as responsible guardians of our local communities, even when the duties they perform are not always acknowledged or appreciated. And lest we forget, those who are in harm's way are long ways from home. And so we pray for those who streak across the turbulent skies, move underneath the forceful oceans, march on the hot, sandy desert floors, and survive in the dense jungles of the world. Be with them, God. Be with their families as they look through the windows of anticipation of their loved one's safe return home. Help them and us to remember, no matter what, hope is our strongest weapon. To God be the glory. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Stoglin. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right. Do we have some agenda announcements, GK?
Yes, but I think first, before we get into this, we need to make, we would like to have a recognition at this point. If you all in the back room, if you'll put this up on the PowerPoint real quick.
That is my first grandchild, born June 24th, 2023. His name is August Charles Brooks. His parents are Marion and Shannon Brooks. The family is residents of Travis County, Texas, Austin. August was 6 pounds 21 ounces and 6 pounds 13 ounces and 20.5 inches long, and he is an amazing, beautiful boy, and the joy of his poppy's life.
And both mom and baby are doing fine.
Everyone is doing wonderfully. Thank you.
So members of the court, as it relates to the agenda this morning, we have several items under the administrator's office. The first one is item A10. We're going to remove that from the agenda for today. Also, under purchasing, on item 9H9, items N and O of that particular section, we're removing that, and we'll be bringing those back to court at another date. Also, members of the court, as relates to the administrator's office on item number 1, that one will be considered after closed today. And then also, this afternoon at 2 o'clock, the IT Steering Committee will be meeting in the Family Law Center starting at 2 o'clock. And we've time clocked that agenda. Also, we have numerous audience participation forms, and I believe, Your Honor, you have those. And they are related mainly to the budget item, one budget item that we have, then also one facilities item. And those particular issues are connected. And so we will hear from them when we get to the budget-related issues.
Okay, and just to clarify, A10 removed, then what was the other removal or change?
The change was in purchasing.
Regular or consent?
This was a regular on H9, which is a permission to take bids.
Oh, got it. N and O, got it. Okay. Those are removed.
Right.
Okay.
Now, if you give me just a second, I'd like to check something.
Okay.
Okay. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thanks, sir. All right, do we have any announcements from the commissioners?
I just made mine.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's hard to top that one. All right, anything else from the commissioners? Rachel, when is Senior Synergy? August 31st? Thursday, August 31st. So all seniors are invited to attend. There'll be free food, free Jimmy John's. We'll have free food. We'll have free entertainment. I'm carrying on the tradition here that Judge Whitley started, I think, 12 years ago. Okay, and 10, and it's 8:30 to 1:30 at Will Rogers in Fort Worth. So all seniors are invited to attend. There will also be lots of exhibitors that can help seniors understand how to get resources, get help on things they need, and just have community. Sir.
Judge, and for Senior Synergy, anybody in Tarrant County Precinct 4, whether you're a member of a senior center or not, our office is organizing free transportation to get them to Will Rogers so that we can have participation from the folks a little further out. So please call our office if you're interested in that. Our staff is doing an incredible job getting it organized.
Yeah, fantastic. All right.
Okay, in Precinct 2, we are starting our series of town hall meetings. So we start this month, July 20th. It's understanding the county budget. And so our county budget director, along with staff from our administrator's office, will be there. It's open to everybody, but you have to come over to Precinct 2. It's July 20th. At 6:30 p.m., so everybody's welcome.
On August the 19th, Precinct 1 will have its 8th annual, Rod, 7th or 8th annual Healthy Lives Matter Alzheimer's Caregiver Symposium. It will start at 9 o'clock at the Tarrant County College Trinity River campus, just to the northwest of here. This seminar is designed to give family members and caregivers who are going through the journey of caring for a loved one with Alzheimer's or various other forms of dementia, to let them know where the resources and tools in the community are to help them give the best care, not only to their loved ones, but to themselves as they walk this journey.
Thank you. Anything else from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we now get to approval or any modification of the minutes. Do we have any modifications or a motion to approve the minutes?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second, to approve the minutes as presented. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right. Next up, we have two presentations. The first, she could not be here with us today, but Renee Tidwell served as our county auditor for, I believe it was 27 years. She is now officially retired and enjoying her well-deserved retirement. We have a resolution for Ms. Tidwell that she couldn't be with us today, but we will send to her, and I would just like the Commissioners Court to, I will move to approve the resolution, and we'll get that to Renee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. And at this point, I would like to recognize our new auditor, Kim Buchanan. Kim, could you stand and let everybody welcome you? Thank you, Kim. Congratulations on the new gig. All right, next up is employee recognition time. And to start, we're going to ask our 5-year employees who are here with us to stand as I call your name. Please remain standing until everybody has been called. Daniel Brewer, Desmond Broadway Tate, Robert Kane, Veronica Garcia, Chad Guest, Jennifer Hahn, Skylar Horton, Kieran Johnson, Jaffe Johnson. Did the 5-year email get caught up in the spam filter? What's going on here? Zachary Long, Seth Luther, Zachary Mass, Judge Kimberly Fitzpatrick, John Pollock, Richard Smith, Tiffany Wiggins, Tanya Wilson, and Elena Woolsey. Thank you all very much for your service. Our 10-year employees, please stand as I call your name. Sherry Adcock, Selena Aguirre, Christy Brown, Robert Chambers, Kristen Dockin, Tracy Green, Sandra Greenlee, Rewa Hightower, Jimmy Wynn, Cameron Robbins, and Crystal Steen. Thank you all very much for 10 years. We appreciate you. Now for our 15 years, Stacy Berger, Catherine Colquitt, Dietra Ferguson, Anna Fry, Joanne Gray, Lynn Hickson III, Travis Johnson, Deatra Keel, Abram Oliver, Patrick Wilson. All right, thank you all very much. I appreciate you. for our 20 years. Katrina Brummett. Ernest Childers III. Roger Crutcher. Cicerone Glover. Angela Price. Tara Raby. Simon Roca. Roger Russell. Laura Sanchez. Gary Smith. Ronald Tucker. And Reginald Washington. All right, thank you all. We appreciate you. All right, now for our 25 and up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7, 8, I think 9 25-year employees, 1 35-year, and 1 40-year. So this is our first 40 since January 1. I don't know if there are any others in the county, but be hard pressed to find one. Okay, Calvin Baker Jr. All right, how you doing, Calvin? Calvin was born and raised in Springtown, Texas. Currently lives in Haltom City. Graduated from Weatherford Police Academy. Deputy Baker is a certified peace officer. Spent 17 to 18 years in the jail. He told me he wanted to be a police officer since he was a little boy. He likes being able to help people. And he likes to fish, hang out with family and friends, likes to go to the lake. And he's a big dog guy. He has a Basset Hound and a Malamute Aussie mix that he's very proud of. Deputy Baker, thank you so much for 25 years of service. Heather Byer is a court coordinator of Probate Court Number 1. She can't be here today. I think they're doing something in court. She was born in Irving, grew up in Parker and Wise County. Her and her husband now live in Santo, Texas. I don't know Santo, Texas. Where is that? West of here. Okay. I don't know that one. She graduated from high school in 1997, married her high school sweetheart. They celebrate 25 years of marriage in January of 24. They have a beautiful daughter who is 23, who is a registered nurse, and Heather's husband is a captain for the City of Fort Worth Fire Department. She started with the county in March of '98 as a temporary project employee, worked in the probate clerk's office till 2005, and has been with Probate Court 1 since then. She says she's had the opportunity to work for 2 great judges, Judge King and Judge Ponder. Her most memorable moment and what she likes most about Tarrant County: even though I do not have a college degree, the county has allowed me to pursue a great career and many excellent benefits. Her and her family love all things outdoors, fishing, raising cattle, playing golf. Her favorite pastime is gardening, and she is sadly an avid Houston Astro fan. So she says she works with a really great group of people, and she is thankful for them all. So let's give a big round of applause for Heather. Okay, John Carty. Is John here? Hi, John. How are you? He was born in Independence, Missouri, which is the hometown of Harry Truman. Moved to Texas in 1995. Was married to Nina in 2006. He graduated from high school in '84. He is a programmer analyst in IT. He does criminal justice in the IT department, the jail, the county and district clerks, the DA's office. He just kept telling me he's been very fortunate. He has had great mentoring here in Tarrant County, and really spoke proudly about that. Has great relationships with the 5 criminal justice departments. He makes, this is really cool, handcrafted, him and his wife make handcrafted soap. And he has a booth at the Mercantile on Camp Bowie. So if you want to go by there, he told me all about how they make it, the great smells. You should check it out, help them out. The website for that is mimipapasoap.com. Very cool. He's working on a shampoo bar and a shave soap, looking at a dog shampoo. He's also a ham operator. And if you don't know John, he has an incredible story. I encourage you to get to know it. A remarkable story of success and perseverance. John, thank you very much for 25 years. We appreciate you. Also with us, Nina Carty, who John married in 2006. She is also in IT, and she's an IT resource supervisor. She was born in Pennsylvania, very near Allentown. Went to Grove City College in Pennsylvania, a small Presbyterian school. Has one daughter, started here in 1998, 2 grandkids. And when she started here, Tarrant County basically had a 2-page website. She started before emails. And she's a supervisor over the web team. Now, this is kind of interesting knowledge. I wonder if anybody knows this besides IT. The Tarrant County website now has over 10,000 pages. Pretty amazing. She gets, through the website that she helps manage 20 to 30 citizen requests a day. The website is her biggest accomplishment. And the Tarrant County website is ADA compliant, which when she explained how that works, what you have to do to make that happen, just stuff I never thought of or imagined, pretty remarkable. Her most memorable moment was meeting her husband. And they are members of Southside Church of Christ, a special family with a special story. So Nina, thank you for 25 years. Lupe Garay, where are you? Just met with her this morning. Born and raised in Fort Worth, graduated from Diamond Hill High School. She worked for the state for 17 years before coming here. She's an administrative assistant in public health, 25 years here in Tarrant County. She is on her 4th program manager, has 2 kids, 4 grandkids. They all live here in Fort Worth. She just celebrated her 42nd wedding anniversary. That in and of itself is worth a round of applause right there. Her husband worked for the city of Fort Worth for 27 years, and she wants to finish out this year and probably call it a career here in about January, and she said that was okay to share in case anybody's wondering. Both of her parents are still alive and well in Fort Worth, and she helps take care of her mom. She calls Tarrant County her second family. She likes being able to make a difference, likes helping people. Her and her husband are members of Castleberry Baptist Church. She enjoys her grandkids, and her favorite thing in the whole world is being a grandma. And it was a delight to meet you this morning. Lupe, thank you for 25 years. Next up is Lenora Vargas. There you are. Hello, Miss Vargas. How are you? Good. She was also born and raised in Fort Worth, graduated from Diamond Hill High School, was a big rival of Lupe. No, just kidding. This is really cool. Before she's been with the Sheriff's Office 25 years. She's manager in property and evidence, been there 2 years. Before doing that, she managed the salon at the Neiman's at Ridgemar Mall. Pretty cool. She was served in the jail as a jailer for many years and still has her license and does that part-time to help out with all the difficulties we're having filling roles there. She works on weekends to help serve, which is remarkable. Her most memorable moment is when she first became weapons certified. She loves to travel and just got back recently from a trip to France, Germany, England, Luxembourg. Loved the Belgian waffles there, and her favorite of all those places to visit was France. She has 1 son, and thank you for your 25 years with the Sheriff's Department in Tarrant County. We appreciate you. I said her name wrong. Leonora. Okay. Cayenne Williams. How you doing, sir?
Oh, well.
Good. He's a 1989 Klein High School graduate. Went to A&M where he was a history major. Graduated from Texas Wesleyan Law School. He has served for 25 years as an assistant district attorney in the DA's office. Born right here in Methodist Hospital. And he also remarked about the mentorship here in the county, just like John, just about how phenomenal it has been. And he talked about in the DA's office, since he's been there, they follow the law, they're ethical, they respect the taxpayers, and they treat the other side with respect, which I think is a perfect formula and exactly how it should be done. I wrote down what he said just because I thought it was so cool and it was so heartfelt when he said it. He said it has been, asking him what his most memorable moment is, it has been an absolutely wonderful experience working for Tarrant County. His worst day was 9/11 when the country was attacked and just what that was like for everybody. He's a big fan of movies, history, and boxing. So we had some boxing talk in there. And he works in the protective order section, and every day helping domestic abuse victims is the best day. He didn't have a specific best day or time, but he gets to help domestic abuse victims every day. Kyan, thank you so much for 25 years as an ADA. We appreciate you. Okay, Chris Roberson, where are you, Chris? All right. This is our first one of the day and our only of the day, 35 years. 35 years. We jumped right over 30. So thank you for 35 years. Born in Fort Worth, lived in Fort Worth her entire life, graduated from Northside High School no, I'm not going to say that. She was a star athlete. She played basketball, volleyball, ran track, and has 2 kids, a boy and a girl, 2 grandkids. Her daughter followed in Mom's footsteps and got a basketball scholarship to Oklahoma Wesleyan, learned everything she knew from Mom. She works in the county clerk's office. She is in post-judgment in the clerk's office. She started in assumed names as part-time summer help. She's gone up to data entry. Now she's doing post-judgment. She's been in county court at law number 3. Her most memorable moment was when she first started issuing marriage licenses. She was really shy, but as she met different people, they helped bring her out of that. You didn't seem shy this morning. What she likes most, the people that she works with and the environment here in the county, and the closeness to everyone she works with. She likes to go to movies. She loves to hang out with family. Her ideal time spent is time with family. And for 35 years, that is remarkable. And she's not done yet. She's going to keep going for a while, so she may hit 40. We'll see. Thank you, Chris, for 35 years. I think a lot of you know our 40-year employee, Dorothy Faye West. She's worked in public health for 40 years. She can't make it today. She does have some health issues. But here I want to read some things about her 40 years. Unbelievable. She was born in East Texas, raised in Louisiana, married her high school sweetheart, lived in California, and he was killed in Vietnam. She then came back to Texas after his death. They had a son. She later remarried. They had a daughter, and she worked for Tarrant County Purchasing. Her second husband, if you don't know the story, was killed in a motorcycle accident. She started working for the WIC program with Ann Sawyer Caldwell as her director, and she was with her through the death of her second husband and helped her raise her children. She enjoys her job. It has enabled her to meet and help a lot of people from all walks of life. She loves to read and travel. She has traveled all across the USA by train. Her husband was an engineer, father and brother, retired from Union Pacific. She said that God blessed me to beat COVID. She was in the hospital for 3 months, but it did leave her in a wheelchair, but she is still rolling. One of the joys of her life is her grandson, who is 8 years old, an A honor roll student, and he attended TCC College for Kids this summer. She wrote that God is awesome and has blessed me many times over, which, you know, living in a wheelchair, being in the hospital for 3 months, and still says that is remarkable. Bless her. She started the DA office as a temp for 3 to 4 months, then moved to public health, has been in the WIC area for the entire time since then. Her most memorable moment experience with the clients, and there's something new every day. She loves the people she meets from all walks of life, good and bad, and she's not a big talker. So as certainly in the 6 months that I've been doing this, almost 7, we have had no one that has been 40 years. So I think we all should stand and give her a hand. Faye, if you are watching, we appreciate you, and we are so grateful for your 40 years of service. God's blessings on you. Okay. Next up, we have the consent agenda. We do have one item removed from consent. Do we have
Pardon
a
me,
motion?
Judge.
Sir.
I'd like to move that we receive and file the
Yes, I miss that every time.
presentation.
Second.
We have a motion to receive and file the employee recognition. Please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Commissioner Brooks, by the 8th month, I think I'll understand I have to do that. Okay, next up is consent agenda. One item removed from consent. Is there a motion to be made to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Now, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion on that? All right, please cast your vote. All right, the consent agenda as amended passes unanimously. Next up, we have the administrator section. GK.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, if we can go to item A2. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court concur with actions of the Hospital District Board of Managers on their action dated June 8, 2023, and approve an agreement between the Hospital District and Hutcherson Construction for pre-construction and construction services as it relates to the upgrades for the JPS West Campus generator.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District and Hutcherson Construction. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. And just for the record, item 1, discussion and possible action regarding the county administrator position, including recruiting. We will be discussing that item in executive session, and then we'll come back and take any action necessary at the conclusion of the executive session. So item 3 is next.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, on item 3, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the nomination of Sharon R. Clark, who is the Executive VP and Chief Financial Officer of the Hospital District, to the Tobacco Settlement Permanent Trust Account Administrative Advisory Committee and Investment Advisory Committee.
All right, I'll move to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Item 4.
Thank you. On item 4, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the submission of a public declaration letter in support of certification of a waiver and authorization by the FAA for the Tarrant County Fire Marshal's Office to use a drone for fire and law enforcement purposes.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
So on item number 5, this is a request, it's an out-of-state travel request by the Sheriff's Department, but there's an exception that they're requesting to the county's policy. And on this exception is that this is a Post Office Task Force Narcotic Interdiction Operation Conference. It's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And rather than flying there, it's been requested that the officer be allowed to take the county vehicle to Tulsa. I might like to point out that on this particular one, there's been funds available through the federal government as it relates to this particular program that will cover the cost of this. And staff is recommending approval.
So is the I think it's $670. Is that broken out? It was just, was it broken out in line items?
I think it's fuel and meals.
Okay.
I don't have the detail except that it's for the fuel and meals as the judge
Yeah,
said.
okay.
I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
So
Item 6.
On item number 6, these are the out-of-state travel requests. We have a travel request for Precinct 1 Commissioner to travel to Washington, D.C., July 19th of this year. We have elections that are for several members of the Elections Administration Department to go to Orlando, Florida. The information technology aspect is a VWare Explore Conference, which is on August 21st through the 24th. And public health has a Safe States 2023 Injury and Violence Prevention Annual Conference, which is September 10th through the 13th. And then the Sheriff's Department, the National Association of Police Organizations, that is for Chaplain Duffy on July 15th through the 18th, and then the ICPC conference in Phoenix, Arizona for Chaplain Duffy also. Just a note on the Sheriff's Department, those costs are covered by those two associations. I don't know if you'd like to take them individually or if there's any comments on any of these. If not, staff is requesting approval of all out-of-state travel requests.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve all the out-of-state travel requests. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on any of the
I'd
items?
just like to point out that on my trip to Washington, D.C., I will not be spending the night, so there are no hotel costs.
Wow. Yeah. Well. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, item 7.
And then finally, this is an item that Commissioner Simmons has requested that we keep on the agenda. This is the discussion of possible action and discussion concerning the TextShare software programs. We'll be more than happy to answer questions. Mr. Scott is here also.
When is our,
We anticipate it next week.
we haven't set it yet.
What's that?
We haven't set our meeting to discuss texture
Yes,
only.
we're trying to schedule it for next Tuesday. We tried to get it on a date that the court was not meeting, but we're having difficulty finding that date. So,
Okay.
Commissioner Ramirez, are you virtual next week?
Yeah, I'll have to be virtual next week.
Okay. We'll try to work with you all to see if we can set it on a time when we have all 5 court members here.
Okay.
That would be good. The only thing we're running up against is that in the LGC, the texture program, that we're coming close to the fiscal year ending of the 48 counties that are participating. So they need to have some information on our
Yeah, we got to
direction.
get this thing moving, so we all need to check our schedules and respond quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll run that track one more time to see if we can find a different date, but we'd like to get it done as quickly as possible.
Okay. Anything else on item 7?
No, I think he's going to give us an update.
Do we need something? No, yeah.
Here to answer any questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think we're good.
We're good.
Okay, thanks, sir. All right, next up, budget and risk management. Helen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're seeking approval of the appropriation adjustments that are related to undesignated or movement of money from of large amounts.
Okay.
Do you want me to go over each one of them individually on the non-consent item?
Does anyone on the court need her to go over items individually?
I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve discussion. So this representative office build out. I cannot support that. I cannot get behind that. And before anybody goes to the, oh, it's because it's a Democrat, I wouldn't support it if it was a Republican. It doesn't matter who a state representative is. We should not be spending, as far as I can tell on this, $50,000 for an architect to redesign the office. Then I think another $180,000 for remodeling it, because I'm not sure from the materials if 246 is the entire thing for the state rep's office, or if it's 180 for the state rep and the rest is for passports. I would not support this for any state representative, that kind of money. And then as a side note, so forgive the bluntness, the backwards nature of this, we're going to, you're having us approve basically an architect engineer study, then build out, and then negotiate a lease I've never heard of in my life. No one does that in the private sector, and there's a reason no one does it. We don't even know what the terms are. And so I'm against it regardless, as in principle, but the idea that we would go about this and then reach a lease agreement later is almost too difficult to comprehend the thought behind it. So I can support everything else moving on here. I cannot support that. And those are my comments for now. Anybody else have any comments or discussion?
My concerns with it are really that the county is paying for it at all. And I think in any commercial lease agreement, tenant improvements are customary, but the end user, the tenant, pays for them. So the tenant at this point being the state of Texas,
Right.
that would be paying for it. So I just don't understand that portion of it. I know that it's been done in the past. I know the county's done this in the past, but I just don't think that that's an appropriate use of Tarrant County dollars.
Correct.
If the state of Texas wanted to finance the tenant improvement, okay, that's a discussion we have. But again, and Helen, correct me if I'm wrong, the 246, are you saying that this is just an estimated amount that you need to move to that account?
This is the amount that the facilities director has told us was for the representative build-out, not the passports.
Okay. But my question is along the same lines of what the judge was asking. This is just an estimated amount of dollars that we're moving into an account, and we're hoping that whatever lease would have been or whatever construction services would have been provided will fall into that amount. So it's kind of an up to approval? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
sir.
So there is, in facilities, there is a professional services contract between the county and elements of architecture, and it's architectural engineering services for the build-out of this. And I believe that, does that include construction? Mike, you want to come up and talk about this? Mike, come on up.
Before Mike gets to that discussion, we just finished a build-out of shelved space at my Southwest Sub Courthouse. We didn't need to hire an architect because facilities had one on staff that did the design. It does not require engineering. This is a finish out. We're not building load-bearing walls. We're finishing out a space. I don't see why the facilities department can't design the finish out of the space.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a complete build out. This is a shell space. It does not have any of the services in the area. So the reason we have to have architectural engineering drawings, it's going to exceed $50,000, first of all. So it has to be competitively bid. So we must have a stamped and sealed set of drawings to give to purchasing to bid out and get the vendor to come in and build out the space. We need all electrical, air conditioning. We need every bit of service in that space. It's a shell. There's nothing there. The $246,000 is the full budget. That includes architectural engineering fees, that includes construction fees, that includes test and adjust balancing services, and any other services that we have to have anytime we build out a space. It includes finishes, carpet, painting, etc. It does not include furniture. The state is responsible for their own furniture, and it makes it a usable space. That's the reason why we cannot do it ourselves. In your area, the threshold was below $50,000, so my staff was able to do the work. And that's the big significance of the difference of the two.
Okay, so another issue with this, I mean, I could sit here and talk about issues with this for days on end. I think we have 11 state reps in Tarrant County. So we're going to do it for 2, 1, 4, or is the county, so are taxpayers in Euless, in Grapevine, are they going to pay for state reps to have offices in places that they don't want that money spent on that? How many state reps, state senators are we going to have offices? They go out to the private sector. They go rent spaces in the private sector. They're already having difficulty, landlords getting tenants. I mean, that is happening as we speak. And now we're going to take somebody out of a tenant space where somebody can actually make money on it and basically subsidize it. So I'm going to vote no on the motion. I will make a subsequent motion if it fails to pass everything but this, but to scrap this entire idea altogether.
So I'd like to make some comments. First of all, I want to point out that there is precedent for this. Over in Precinct 4, State Representative Guerin has an office there that we constructed at the county's expense. Before you say it, before we got here. Mm-hmm. So that was approved by the incumbents on this commissioner's court and our predecessors. So there is precedent for this. It is a way to offer streamlined services for our constituents. They are there, they can stop there and do their county business and meet with their state representative. We also have done this over in Precinct 1, I think, is we have a DPS office that they didn't pay a penny for and they don't pay rent. So there's precedent for this. Not asking for anything that has not occurred before.
All right, any other comments?
Yes, Judge. So we are building the space out to the level of amenities expectation that we did in Representative Guerin's space. We're putting the exact same levels of paint, carpet, everything that Representative Guerin has, we're doing here. And we anticipate a lease, if the court approves, that would match Representative Guerin's lease.
Yeah, I wouldn't have voted for that one either.
Okay, I had a conversation with Representative Turner, and he told me the rent would be $2,000 a month.
We were anticipating
What he said?
$1,000 a month is what we...
$1,000.
That is correct, Commissioner. That's what we charged Representative Guerin.
Okay. It's even worse.
So for the finish out, in approximately 25 years, we could break even on the finish out. Okay, that's just simply bad business, no matter how you slice it.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments or questions? All right.
We do have an audience participation.
Yes. Oh, thank you for bringing that to my attention. We do have one person signed up to speak this item, Rebecca Freeman. Is Ms. Freeman here? Okay. Ms. Freeman. Yeah.
Judge, I turned in a request to speak on this issue.
Okay.
Who's up there, Bob?
I will, on this?
So I believe what happened is that we have two different items on this particular topic.
Okay.
We have one that deals with the budget-related issue that we're talking about now. I believe that there might be some others who have actually filed an audience participation form for that one item on facilities that's directly related to this.
Okay. So I have before me something that says one person signed up to speak to this item, Ms. Freeman. But if you signed up to speak, I'm take your word for it. If you signed up to speak, please raise your hand. I'll bring you to the podium. Go ahead. State your name.
Thank you. I'm Charles Wiedemeyer. Good morning. And I do have proof that I turned in the device. I agree with most of the things that have been said this morning. My interest in this particular subject came up when I saw the cost. Typically, when an architect is hired, it costs about 10% of the construction in the free market. So that would indicate a $500,000 cost for the total project. May not be true in this case, but it provides perspective. The other perspective that we need to think about is 1,200 square feet is not very large. A typical two-story garage is maybe 500 square feet. So it's 2.5 times the size of a typical two-car garage. Not a lot of space, but a lot of money that we're talking about. But then I realized I'm thinking about the wrong thing. It's not about the money. I just don't think the county has a mandate or a responsibility to provide office space for state officials. And I think the county should keep their powder dry, preserve that valuable space for some valid county need that may come up in the future where we are required to spend county money. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir. So we have, this is on 2 different agenda items. First is B1, the next is E1. So I do have several signed up to speak on E. So I'm going to just break, because what you're talking about is this. So if you're okay with it, I'm going to bring you up if you're on E on this one, and then you don't have to go on E because I think it's the same thing. So Jay Pop. Is Jay Pop here? All right. No, Mr. Pop. There you are, Mr. Wiedemeyer. Robert Bucher.
Robert Bucher. I just want to say thank you for choosing not to, move forward with this on your vote. I don't think that we should facilitate any state rep, no matter which, affiliation you're with. I think that's something, like you said, in the private sector. State reps, throughout the history have done that, where they've released out their own offices and whatnot. And, I'm kind of concerned to hear that Mr. Guerin did have one, at the Southwest Courthouse, which is, kind of like, why would we do that? We built out on it. So, as far as like building up and, taking the 1,200 square feet and and upgrading it, which there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the upgrade because sometimes that's needed to move with the times. But I just don't think that we should facilitate for any state rep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Pam Joyce. No Pam Joyce. Next is Mark Hayes. All right, no Mark Hayes. Next is Aubrey Campbell. All right, no Aubrey Campbell. All right, that's all I have signed up to speak to B1 or E1. With that, any other questions or comments from the court before we vote on the motion before us? Okay, please cast your votes.
What's the motion?
The motion is to approve B1 as presented, including the office build-out, $246,000 shifting of resources. All right, please cast your votes. Is everybody in? Everybody in? Okay. So you're voting for the $246,000?
No, well, I thought we were voting. No.
We are voting to decide to move 246. Okay. All right, so the vote is 2-3. The motion fails. All right, now I will make a motion to approve the appropriation adjustments on item B1, all but the representative office build-out.
Second.
We have a motion and a second there. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Everybody in? All right, passes unanimously. All right, next up is D1. Or am I missing something, Helen?
So I think I have an audience participation on the non-consent? On the consent items? On the consent? Or not have one? No.
Okay. All right, D1, Criminal District Attorney's Office.
Judge O'Hara, members of the court, good morning. The Criminal District Attorney's Office is asking for the court's approval on a local administrative agreement between the Criminal District Attorney's Office as a constituent agency and the Texas Anti-Gang Center. This is essentially a consortium of 18 different law enforcement agencies locally that work together at the North Texas Anti-Gang Center to share intelligence. Traditionally, this agreement has not been given to the court for approval, as it did not involve the changing of hands of any sort of money or property. However, with the agreement before the court, the addendum here before the court today, there is the possibility that the county could receive property as part of this agreement. Therefore, it's being presented to the court for approval.
Okay. Any questions or comments or motion on D1?
Move for approval.
Second.
Now we have a motion, a second to approve. Any discussion? All right. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Our next up is facilities management, which we just discussed. So I will make a motion to deny the approval of the professional services contract for the build-out for a state representative.
Second.
Now we have a motion and a second to deny the professional services contract for architectural and engineering services. Any discussion or comments? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, next up, human resources. Receive and file the personnel agenda.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
Now we have a motion to second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. And next is the approval of a waiver of terminal benefits for Precinct 3.
Yes. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
August is beautiful, Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you.
And that's my birth month, so I think that's a good sign. So as the judge indicated, item 2, we're requesting a waiver for Precinct 3. As explained in your communique, Commissioner Fickus is requesting a waiver of 144 hours effective June 21st. Yes, I said June 21st. Just in the way of background, this item was actually prepared and was supposed to be submitted on the June 20th court agenda, and it was not. I'm going to blame it on gremlins running around in the system. So we brought the request back today. If the court approves this waiver, again, this would be a retroactive waiver to June 21st. We're looking at a cost to the Road and Bridge Fund of a little bit more than $15,000. And I guess that's the request.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the waiver of terminal benefits. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, purchasing. Melissa?
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have 9 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding RFP number 2023-117. This is the purchase for forklifts for elections administration, awarding to Dar Equipment Company per unit price.
Why do we need, we're going from 0 forklifts to 2. Why can't we do the work with 1? Or why can't we borrow a forklift from somewhere else?
This is a special type of forklift with a specific turn radius.
Okay. Why do we need 2?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
The reason we need 2 forklifts, first of all, the reason we need the forklifts at all, this is for the new warehouse that we're going to be moving into at the end of the year, assuming all goes according to plan. The aisles, these are narrow aisle forklifts, meaning that the shelving units are a lot closer together than what you could get a standard forklift into.
Okay.
So we need 2 of them for 2 reasons. Number one, redundancy. In case one goes down, I have an election going on, I still have to get to the equipment that's at the top. Part of the reason for this new warehouse was vertical storage for us to be able to move up for our storage racking system.
So hang on, go back to that just for a second, make sure I understand it. We need 2 in case 1 breaks down.
That's one of the reasons.
Okay. How often does a brand-new forklift break down?
I don't know that I have that information, Judge.
How much does it cost to rent a forklift like this for a week?
Again, I have no idea what it would cost to rent one of these forklifts for a week, nor how long it would be before we could get it, nor if there's even one available to rent.
Okay, I'll let you get to the second reason. What's the warranty on a new forklift?
This warranty was 7 years.
Okay.
Which
All right,
does not mean that someone could come in and fix it the same day.
That's a long time.
Yeah, what's the second reason?
Second reason is because we have so many moving parts going on, and again, November election, presidential election coming up next November. We have to get all the equipment out and moved, and having two of these working simultaneously is going to greatly cut down on the amount of time required for us to move equipment around and prepare it for the delivery of for the election.
So how often will these things be in use? Are we talking about they're just going to be used around November?
No, sir. They're going to be used all the time. This is, anytime we have to move equipment around in the warehouse, we're going to have to be able to access it at whatever height the equipment's at.
Okay.
So
How often do you have to move equipment?
Depends on what we're doing with it. Could be for preparing. We got to do public tests. We have to do logic and accuracy tests. If anything has to go to RMA, we pull it down, we send it to RMA, bring it back, put it back up. Everything is tracked in our inventory system, so we know where it's at all times in the warehouse and anywhere else. To be able to access that at any given time, we're going to need at least one of these at any given time. And if something breaks down, again, or if I have multiple things going on, I have to move equipment for one location here, another location there. I'm moving equipment up and down, accessing whatever we have in storage there. I have to be able to do that.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand this. We need two in case one breaks down, but we have no idea how often they break down or how long they're broken down or what it costs to rent another one. Does that basically sum it up? Okay.
No, sir, that's only one of the reasons.
Okay, what's
Again,
the second reason?
Volume. The moving the equipment, again, preparing for a presidential election, we're going to have every piece of our voting equipment is going to be moved up and down, move it around, pack it, send it out to locations, bring it back, all of that happening simultaneously. So having two options to do that provides us with throughput that we'll be able to support preparing for the election and conducting the election.
Does anyone in purchasing know what it costs to rent a forklift for a month?
It's $20,000, about $22,000 to rent one a year.
Okay.
And that particular type of forklift, we couldn't find anyone that has that type of forklift for rental.
Okay. So what happens if you only get one? What happens? Tell me what happens then.
Best case scenario, nothing. We operate as normal. Worst case scenario, that one forklift breaks down and I am unable to provide voting equipment to a polling location in a timely manner. And we can't open a polling location. That's worst case scenario.
I'm not willing to roll the dice on the efficiency of the elections office. I move approval of this item.
Second, I am inclined to trust the assessment conducted by the professionals that run the elections department. So I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of forklifts. Additional questions or comments?
I have just a comment. Would y'all consider holding off till our next meeting and bring back the information that the judge is asking for? How often, what kind of maintenance agreement do you have? You said a 7-year warranty. Are rentals even available? Are loaners available? You're spending $100,000 or $94,000 each on these. I think that there's some information I'd like to have before that decision is made.
Do we have any forklifts like this? You called it anywhere else in the county? Is there anyone in the county planning on buying an additional forklift anytime in the next year that would be of this size?
We don't have forklifts.
Don't y'all have a forklift already?
The forklift that we have does not have the ability to reach the height that we need inside the warehouse. Plus
Okay.
the turn radius, remember, these are narrow aisle forklifts.
Okay.
So this forklift is called a swing forklift. The forks go side to side,
Okay.
not straight in and out, because the turn radius is not sufficient inside between the aisles for us to reach up. So you run the forklift straight in, forks go up this way, come down. The forks will swing around without the fork truck moving, and go to the other side to go up to the same height.
Is there a way to redesign the warehouse so that we don't have to buy special equipment to use it? or-
Not at this point. They are already putting all the equipment, including the racking systems in. They're starting that, as a matter of fact, today over at the warehouse. The equipment's already been ordered, and they're starting the installation of the racks now.
So, Mike, do you know how many forklifts we have in the county?
Not exactly, Your Honor, but we do not have a forklift like this.
I got that.
used.
You don't know how many we have in the county?
No.
Do you know if we have more than 5?
Yes, I believe we do, because
So-
facilities has 2, but just us.
Can you tell me if any of them are nearing their replacement stage?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Meaning you don't know?
No, the facilities forklifts do not need to be replaced this time.
Okay. How many facilities forklifts are there?
We have 2 of them.
Okay, but we have other forklifts, more than 5?
Yes.
Okay.
We have one
Yeah.
additional one that's an outside forklift.
Let me ask you a question on these special forklifts. What's the name of it so I can
I'm not sure the
sound
brand
halfway
model, but the
intelligent?
biggest difference, Your Honor, is...
I'm going to call it the skinny forklift.
Okay.
So I have a question.
A younger Rick.
The young forklift, yeah. So the skinny forklift, does it do the same, can it do the same job that the normal forklift does? So next time we have to replace a forklift, can you get the skinny forklift instead?
It could, because the...
He just said no.
Well, the
And
stage...
this is the problem right here.
It's made for pallets. This is made for pallets, okay? The stayed, which is the part that has the forks that you see going up and down, okay? It extends out to pick up pallets. So you could use it in a regular warehouse environment to pick up pallets. The difference in this one is when you're in that aisle, okay, you can't turn the forklift like you would in a traditional warehouse.
Okay.
This one stays straight and the cage spins above so that it could reach out, stab the pallet, lift it, bring the pallet back, and then the state spins back so you can bring it down.
Okay.
We don't have any of those in use anywhere. They're
Commissioner
very
Brooks,
specialized
your
pieces.
point about not taking chances on the election, very valid point. I get it. Question for you is, let's assume you get one, and it breaks down. And I know elections are incredibly important, and I'm not trying to minimize that at all. We don't buy 2 cars because one may break down, but I know the time-sensitive nature. We don't buy 2 computers in case one may break down. So if you had one and it broke down, what would you do?
I would speak to facilities.
Okay. Mike, what would you do?
About trying to locate another one if it's possible.
Judge, obviously, we're already looking into see if this type of unit is rentable. It's very specialized so far. We haven't looked. We've asked purchasing, and they're looking as well. But what we would have to do is we'd have to find a very small scissor lift, probably rented, and they'd have to take the scissor lift up, break the pallets down up in the air to bring all that equipment down, because you cannot remove the pallet. So everything that they put on these shelves is palletized.
Right.
So you're going to have a single individual on this lift pulling off however many number of units they have on the pallet, coming down, unloading, moving the scissor lift to the next level, and you'll repeat that process throughout the time.
Okay. Commissioner Fickus's suggestion of go get additional data and information from a timeline standpoint, what does that do?
Can I say one more thing
Sure.
on that, please? So you asked about using this forklift to replace a traditional forklift. These forklifts are inside warehouse use. A lot of the forklifts, the other one that we have, inside or outside. you can't use this forklift outside, in an
Right.
outside environment. It's not designed for that. The wheels won't support that. But as far as the timeline goes, lead time is the big problem with this because, as Melissa pointed out, and Mike mentioned earlier also, they're not available anywhere around here. We can't, there's none to rent or borrow that we've been able to find anywhere.
When you come back with information about the safety aspect of this too. You certainly, I'm trying to figure out, are we suggesting what? Because if they got pallets up to the ceiling, what else are we suggesting here? I mean, these folks know what they need. We don't scrutinize the tank. We didn't scrutinize the Bearcat this much. This is kind of ridiculous. These people know what they're doing.
And Mike mentioned that we might possibly also be able to use a scissor lift to go up. The pallets that we have in the warehouse are not traditional pallets. It's just a flat pallet that's got wood slats across it and things stacked on top of it. These are enclosed. They're essentially bulk storage containers that are palletized. Part of the reason for that was to be able to protect the equipment. The sprinkler systems that are inside the warehouse that's being installed would damage the computer equipment in the event that if they were set off for some reason, inadvertently or in response to a fire. So we got enclosed containers that would protect the equipment from water damage if such an event happened. Those are enclosed. It's a cube enclosed. And while we could take a scissor lift up, it would not be
safe,
easy. It would not be easy to be able to access them because there's only about 6 inches of space between the pallet top and the bottom of the shelf above. And the tops lock in place to keep them from falling off. So you would have to maneuver the lid off, and then there are drywall cardboard sides that you would either have to cut or remove in order to get the equipment out. Each piece of equipment weighs 33 pounds, and they're stacked inside there. There's 9 inside each one of those palletized containers. So while that is certainly in an emergent situation, we could do that. It would be less than ideal, and I would argue probably less safe, but not impossible by any means.
I would submit that these are specialized pieces of equipment that are not available anywhere else. Even something with a 7-year warranty is going to break. The warranty just means that somebody's going to pay to fix it. It does not mean that it's not going to break. And it does not provide us with a replacement unit in the case that it does break. It's essential that elections be able to carry out its functions in a timely manner and not to depend on whether or not one piece of equipment is going to break and throw a monkey wrench into the whole process. We need 2 of these.
Judge, another thing that I think we have to consider, this piece of equipment's got a little over a 7-month period delivery on it, which is substantial. We're going to be in the election close to 7 months. You've got to set your building up, obviously, with your racking and
How many units? How many units?
And my guess is if you look at the total cost of the building, this additional $94,000 is really,
You have 3,000 of those containers.
it's probably money well spent to guarantee that we continue to put on our elections. We have a perception that we've had election issues. I think all this does, if we don't do this, is enhance that perception and not positively. So.
Commissioner, I was going to make a suggestion. Knowing the 7-month lead time, that makes it sound like it's not even going to be ready for November. Do you anticipate getting this before 7 months?
That's what the estimated lead time is. The vendor builds in some fudge factor, if you will. Prime example of that is the containers themselves. Okay. When we placed the order for those, we were told originally they were not going to be here until mid-September. Okay. They're delivering them on Monday. So the containers are going to be here on Monday. And so the forklifts, they estimate 7 months. They're telling us they should be able to get them in 4 or less, but they're building in the fudge factor to cover their behind.
And I know as a 28-year Marine, I appreciate your eye on redundancy and making sure that everything will be taken care of. My suggestion was going to be perhaps we move ahead with purchasing one while we actually vet out and see if emergency rentals are available. I think they just started the search on that process a couple of days ago to see if these things were available in the market. Maybe we buy one. If we determine that you can't get a rental in an emergency anywhere in the area, then we bring it back and buy the second one. I don't have an issue with you being prepared to run these elections. I do want to make sure we're doing it as fiscally responsible as possible. Like you said, buying 2 just on the off chance that one breaks down, that doesn't seem like a justification. The justification is if you need 2. If you have such volume of moving things around that you need 2 pieces of equipment operating at the same time, tell us that, and the conversation changes.
But again, Commissioner, that was the second reason that I mentioned when I was answering the judge's question on that, is because of the volume. We have somewhere in the vicinity of 2,000 of these palletized containers that we have our equipment in, and I have over 4,000 pieces of equipment that are going to be stored in these containers. And I'm not joking when I say we're going to use every piece of equipment in the November 2024 election. We had to rent some equipment for the 2020 presidential election. It's possible we may have to do that again based on what our volume looks like and what it looks like we're going to need for each one of our polling locations for the 2024 presidential election. So the sheer volume alone, again, that was my second point on that. The sheer volume alone would be, in my opinion, sufficient, but also just the ability to access the equipment is also important if one breaks down. And again, it's a brand new piece of equipment, and it's got a 7-year warranty on it. But how many times have you seen a brand new vehicle have to go back into the shop as soon as you buy it?
You got to lead with the volume issue. If you need 2, you need 2, and we should buy 2.
All right. I just have one more question on this. So has anyone talked to the manufacturer, the seller, whoever it is, about what would happen if one goes down? So throw out the first point you made, which was in case one breaks down. Only go with number 2, volume. So has anyone talked to the manufacturer about what happens in the middle of an election when we need this and we only have one and it breaks down? What would they do? Has that discussion taken place?
Yes, I believe the buyer has spoken with the manufacturer regarding a loaner.
What'd they say?
It's coming up.
Good morning. Yes, I spoke to Dar Equipment, and they do have a rental fleet. I'm waiting on a quote for them in the event that we do need to rent one, the exact same one that we're intending to purchase.
Okay. And the rental cost for how long is how much?
I don't have that specific yet.
Okay.
For the same swing reach forklift.
So is it possible that you can rent one for $5,000 a month?
I don't have the answer to that.
Okay. Guys, I don't think you vote how you want. I think more diligence needs to be done to determine when the volume picks up, tell me if this is fair. During off-election times, which are becoming increasingly more rare, the volume need is not as high. Is that fair? You're not constantly moving stuff up and down every day of the week.
I disagree with that, sir.
Okay.
It's-
You're
in
constantly
fact, we-
moving stuff up and down.
Yes, sir, we still
Okay.
are, because we
Okay.
still have to do maintenance on the equipment. Anything, it has to be tested. If we do updates, all of that has to happen in a short time frame. There's, as a matter of fact, an update that's due out for the equipment now that I have a very tight window. If we're going to upgrade the equipment at all, has to happen next month. If I'm not able to get that done, then we have to wait till after the presidential election to be able to do any updates, but that would require us moving the equipment around at any given time.
Okay. All right. We beat this to death. So we have a motion and a second to approve this. I guess now it's time to take a vote unless anybody else has anything they'd like to say or add.
Judge O'Hara, I would just briefly point out, if the consensus of the court is that you all would like to punt on this and wait for a little more information, I would recommend that rather than voting down this, if you want to take it up again at a later time, that instead you consider withdrawing I believe it was Commissioner Brooks made the motion, that be a possibility so that the court can just take no action rather than declining to make any purchase on
Well,
this.
it sounded like now there is a rental fleet that this company has. That's the first time we heard that. I heard there was not a rental available.
Is it a loaner fleet or a rental fleet? Because y'all said you can't rent. Now you can rent. And I think we need our own, we need to purchase 2. You probably have use for 4, but you've asked for 2. I don't know that, but is it a rental fleet, a loaner fleet?
So
Can
the
you
company,
rent? You can't.
the company Dar Equipment does have rentals. So I checked with them to get a budgetary quote. This was a new development this morning. I checked with them. I looked with our equipment rentals previously when this question was first asked. None of our vendors on our equipment rentals bid have any of the swing reach forklifts for rent.
What'd she say, sir? What are they for? Can you rent them or not?
So what she was stating was we do have a rental contract for lifts.
But not the skinny lifts.
That particular contract did not have rentals of this type of lift, of this type that they need for the warehouse. So Emily suggested that she reached out to DAR, the company that's going to sell us the equipment, and she just learned this morning that they could rent or lease.
The skinny.
Yes, this type.
Can they guarantee that there will always be one available to rent?
No.
No, of course not.
No. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the purchase of the 2 forklifts. Any further discussion from the court? Okay. Please cast your votes. All right. Everybody in? All right. Passes 4-1. All right. Next up. Purchase of truck-mounted regenerative air street sweeper in Precinct 1.
Yes, this is an award for bid number 2023-129. Our recommendation is to award to Premier Truck Group per unit price.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second to approve. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, item 3.
The third item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-132. This is our annual contract for self-propelled autonomous pavers for Precinct 1 and 2, awarding to Klausner Equipment Company per unit price.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the contract for the pavers. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
The fourth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-139. This is our annual contract for Secure Access Control System maintenance, repair, and equipment purchase for facilities management, awarding to the various primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed per unit price, hourly rate, and markup for parts.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Number 5.
The fifth item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-142. This is our annual contract for HVAC air filters and filter replacement services for facilities management, awarding to the primary and secondary vendors listed per unit price.
Move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this bid. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 6.
This is regarding bid number 2023-156. This is our annual contract for prisoner extradition services for the Sheriff's Office, awarding to the primary and secondary vendors listed per unit price per section.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 6. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
The seventh item is regarding bid number 2023-118. This is our annual contract for heavy equipment repair and services with OEM parts. We're just requesting rejection of all bids.
Move for approval.
Second.
You move to reject all bids, right? Yeah. We have a motion and a second to reject all bids. Any discussion? All right, please vote. All right, passes unanimously. 8.
Eighth item is regarding bid number 2023-131. This is our annual contract for heavy duty equipment and truck parts and supplies. We're also requesting rejection of all bids.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to reject all bids on number 8. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Number 9.
And the ninth and last item is request permission to take bids and RFPs for items A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, Q, R, S, and T.
Okay, so I have some questions here. Melissa, this is much better than what we used to get, where it was just basically a line. So thank you for that. I think the second, but I would like to have something additional added to it.
Okay.
Which is tell us the why something is needed. Is it a wish list or is it a need list item? And give us some data as to why to do it. And I want to reiterate, and this was the same discussion or the same thing that I brought up last time, which is this stuff gets on here, we approve it, the staff does a lot of work putting it together, going through it, and then if we come back later because we didn't pay that close attention to it and say no to it, well, there's hours sometimes on end wasted for something that we were never going to be okay with. So the more information you give us up front, the better, and the more we're checking it, looking at it, and knowing what it is, why we're doing it, the better. So brings me to RFP for 457B Deferred Compensation Plan Consultant Services. My understanding is that there's a thought that the Tarrant County government has some kind of fiscal responsibility if somebody wants to participate in this plan. And this particular plan, if I'm addressing it correctly, is the one where if you're older, like 50 and above, I think, you can put away up to $30,000 of your compensation and choose how you want to invest it with 3 different vendors. And then if you're under 50, I think it's 50, am I right, Tina? Is it 50, age 50?
I'm not sure about the cutoff, but all of our employees from the date that they're hired
Can do it.
can participate.
I think it's a
in-
lower number if you're under a certain age.
Well, there's you may be referring to a catch-up provision. Maybe that's what you're referring to. But
Maybe.
all employees are able to participate.
Is it
from
where
day
everybody
one.
can put away up to 30,000, or is it a percentage of your salary? I think
Okay,
it's 30.
somebody from the back's going to have to help me on this. But I can tell you, Judge.
There's definitely a max.
So there are maxes.
Yeah.
And those maxes can change from year to year. Somebody will have to tell me what the maxes are.
Based on the IRS.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
And that is a catch-up.
There is a-
Older employees can put more money in to catch up versus the younger.
Yeah. So what are we going to do? Create another position? No. We're going to spend
No.
$50,000 for someone to tell us what we have to do to have good fiduciary oversight. At the end of the day, an employee that chooses, like I have, to defer my compensation, it is up to them to choose where they invest it, which company, and what they invest in. And with that broker or manager, money manager that they choose, they're going to give financial advice, whatever the employee asks. But the idea that we have to come in and pay somebody to tell us how to, I just disagree with the concept. I think it's a total waste of money. And I don't know how long we've been doing this.
We haven't.
I'm talking about 457B. My guess is not one time ever in the history of the program have we been sued or even threatened to be sued based on some financial shortfall or failing to make a good return on its investment. Am I wrong on that at all?
I'm not aware that we've been sued, no.
Okay. And we've never been threatened to be sued, have we?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. So
each of the companies that we use as vendors for these 457 plans provides consulting services to the employee who is making the investment free of charge. I don't know what this $50,000 is for.
So I'm happy to explain.
Yep.
Okay. So in the way of background, much of what has been said is accurate. So the county has offered employees the opportunity to participate in 457 deferred compensation for as long as I've been here. So it predates my time here at the county. What has changed over time is we have changed our vendor mix just a bit. So currently, Judge, as you pointed out, there are 3 vendors that employees can choose to participate with. So the money that is invested is 100% employee funded. So the county has the county doesn't put any money in. It's all employee paid. So a way in the way of background, this function initially was in the auditor's office, and then it moved when we converted to SAP in 2002 to HR. So what has never existed when it was with audit, nor has it since it's been with HR, is the expertise that we believe that we need at this point to ensure that whatever fiduciary responsibility the county might have is assessed and determined. I can tell you over the years, in my meetings with representatives from the Criminal District Attorney's Office, none recent, all in the past, we sort of went back and forth about whether or not the county has any fiduciary responsibility since it's the employee's money, and the employee, to Commissioner Brooks's point, is actually working with investment counselors from the 457 vendors. So there's been back and forth. So we would ask counsel from the CDA, does the county have fiduciary responsibility? And historically we were told no. We would attend conferences and we would be told that yes, Tarrant County does have fiduciary responsibility. And so part of what we are seeking is actual expertise in the way of a consultant who can come in and assist us with that assessment.
May I?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
457s are countrywide. Nearly every municipality, local government utilizes these things as a benefit for their employees. I guess I struggle to find why $50,000 paid to an outside consultant would tell us something that we couldn't find by making a phone call to Dallas County, Travis County, Harris County, the city of Fort Worth, or any of the others. What are these folks going to tell us that another can't? If they tell you you've got fiduciary responsibility, okay, that's what they tell you. But everybody's operating transparently. These are all government organizations. I mean, 457s are written in statute how these things operate. I guess I struggle to find what value we get from any consultant telling us anything regarding this program when there's so much information already available. And we choose the vendors that we allow to utilize in this program, the three we offer. We choose them. They're the ones that are responsible for onboarding the employees and advertising their products and getting folks to invest with them. What value do we get out of the $50,000?
So again, I think from our perspective, it's a couple of things, Commissioner. Again, I think for us, it's HR having the ability to determine once and for all what the county's responsibility is, whether or not there is any responsibility. There's also been discussion about whether or not we should restructure our program, which of course we could make that decision. Some employers only offer one deferred comp vendor to employees. Of course, Tarrant County currently provides 3 vendors. And so there has been some discussion, would it be advantageous for us to offer just have one vendor as opposed to 3? And then what would the transition look like for employees who participate with other vendors? If we decide everybody's going with one vendor, what does that transition look like? How should that transition occur? Have we met all of our, again, whatever responsibilities the county might have? And so for HR, it's just been this question that we've had for a very long time, and I think we need expert help in trying to make that determination on behalf of the county.
But just because it's a determination, I mean, the decision on what we do, whether we go from 3 to 1, how it functions. We've got very talented folks in administration, even in the HR department, yourself included, very talented people that are empowered to make these decisions on where we go with the deferred comp plan, et cetera. I just don't see what a consultant is going to add to this conversation aside from a recommendation that we can get from anyone else who's operating in the government industry. We can call someone else and say, how do you function this way? Have you migrated from 3 to 1? What value does a consultant add that our internal employees can't do themselves?
And again, my answer isn't any different. I will tell you we have reached out to other counties, and all of those counties I think that we've reached out to has used consultants to help them answer the questions, help them with transitions, help them devise plans so that if we are moving from 3 to 1 or 3 to 2, that we can transition employees with, without financial harm to the employees, because again, it's the employees' money. It's not the county's money. It's the employees' money. So, we see that obviously as an important task that should be done properly. I'm not a certified planner. I have a master's degree in public education, but I'm not a certified investment counselor.
Okay, so the 3 companies or national companies that we use, those folks have the credentials. They can't sell the stuff they sell without the licenses they have. I think this is attempting to solve a problem that does not exist. It seems to have worked well for 27 plus years. I want to remind the court on this permission to take bids and RFPs, there are multiple items, but N and O have now been removed, will be addressed at a later time. I will make a motion to grant permission to take bids and RFPs for everything on this list, not D, N, or O. That's my motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
And Judge, before you vote,
Yeah.
if you don't mind, Ange or anybody else from HR Legal, did I miss any of the points that need to be considered? No? Okay, thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to give the staff permission to take bids and RFPs on every item but D, N, and O. N and O have been removed. Any further discussion, questions, or comments? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, interlocal agreement, precinct 4. L1A and B.
Yes, we have an interlocal agreement with the City of Azle for reconstruction asphalt overlay of a few roads. I would move for approval of L1A and B.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve L1A and B. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, do we have any appointments to any boards or commissions?
I do.
Okay.
I'd like to appoint Commissioner Ramirez to the PEBC board.
I'll second that. We have a motion.
If he will accept.
I suppose.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Commissioner Ramirez to the PEBC board. Is that replacing you?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other appointments to boards or commissions? All right, seeing none, I don't believe we have any bonds or certificates of self-insurance today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Claims and addendum.
Move to approve the claims, including the addendum.
We have a motion to approve the claims and the addendum. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, do we have a legislative briefing?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Oh, there's Russell. I didn't see him over there.
Here we got a tax deal.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Yes, we do have a tax deal. So wanted to briefly go over HB2 SB2, which is the House and Senate's heavily negotiated tax deal with you all. First off, they're attacking school property taxes from two different ways. The bill includes compression of the school tax rate of about 10.7 cents. It will kind of vary district to district as TEA does the calculations, then increasing the homestead exemption on school district taxes from $40,000 to $100,000. So that's kind of getting at it from both sides. Since it is compression, everybody gets compression, and residential homesteads will get the increase in the exemption. The tax bill also includes a provision regarding appraisal district board of directors. All appraisal district board of directors will go to 9 if they're in a county of 75,000 or more. 5 will be appointed, 3 will be elected countywide, and then the tax assessor collector will serve as the ex officio for number 9. So,
which can't vote. That's odd.
So that is the composition.
So you can have
of
ties according to this bill.
That's from my reading. Yeah.
You can have a tie on a vote on the new appraisal board with the keep 5 appointments, 3 elected. Kind of weird.
Before we...
Can she make motions?
Can the tax assessor make motions? I don't know.
So
I'd like to know that.
We'll find out for you, Commissioner.
It's my understanding that they're ex officio as they sit on the board, and at least before this particular piece of legislation was passed, the board can decide if the tax collector has the right to vote.
Oh, really? Interesting. Did not know that.
So that's a provision within the bill, so that'll be through 3 elected officials for the appraisal board of directors. We're working through Article 6 of the bill. Article 6 is the transitional part to how do you handle, they passed the bill now, constitutional election in November the 7th of this year, but how do folks get tax relief for this fiscal year? And so there are all these provisions under Article 6 on how that transition will happen. Some of it is it's very wonky and complicated, but it's going to be, we're going to have to be very careful as we're looking at the budget and the tax rate on making sure we set those properly to make sure the revenues are where they need to be due to the fact that the appraisal rolls are going to be adjusted to reflect the change. So the bill also includes year over year a property of $5 million or less in value. This is residential or commercial. And this is a 3-year pilot.
Say that part again.
Yeah.
So if a property is valued at $3 million or less, residential or commercial, 5 million or less, residential or commercial, that doesn't have the homestead exemption, the year-over-year increase is capped at 20%.
Gotcha.
So that's a 3-year pilot that they're trying out, and that will be part of a constitutional amendment.
The bill as written, compression is for every single property that exists.
Yes,
There's no limit on the value.
Correct.
Right.
Compression across the board.
And how about homestead?
The homestead's 40,000 to 100,000. Those are only for residential homesteads. So you have to
But
have
is it
filed.
every residential homestead?
Yes.
There's not a number that if it's 5 million or 2 million or whatever. Okay.
It's for every residential homestead.
Gotcha.
So with them having to go back and change the rolls to reflect, the chief appraiser will go back and change the rolls to reflect whether or not this bill or the constitutional amendment passes. It's going to make tax bills a little bit complicated in the administration and Mrs. Burgess' office and the tax assessor collector. They're going to have to send out bills and notices in order to do it. One of the bills actually requires, if the constitutional amendment passes and if it weren't to have passed, what the difference would be. So that's going to be an interesting process to walk through. But all in all, this is an excellent bill that is going to greatly reduce property taxes in the state of Texas for the school districts. It's just always the devil's in the details on how we work those out administratively. It's going to take a little bit of time to get there, but want to make sure you all are aware of that. And then one other item.
So Russell, as you on that, you might want to talk a little bit to the court about the fact that there's provisions within this statute that expire after several years and different expiration dates. So this is not something that is forever and ever. They'll eventually have to come back and address it again.
And extend it and whatnot, the compressions for a couple of years, the 3 years for the 120% year-over-year increases on valuations. So that's one thing that the legislature is going to have to come back next session and work on those issues. So during the legislative session, Representative Capriglione passed a bill that creates for Tarrant County a pilot program. And this is very exciting. It's a pilot program related to food trucks. So how this currently works is if you're a food truck operator in Tarrant County and you wanted to operate in 3 different cities, you have to go to each city and get a food handling permit from each of those cities. So that's 3 permits, 3 bills. So what Representative Capriglione's bill did was to change that to where in Tarrant County, you just have to go to our Tarrant County Public Health Department and receive a permit from the Public Health Department, and then you can operate anywhere in the county. So in order to meet the statutory deadlines, that bill goes into effect on September the 1st. In order to meet that deadline, next week you're going to see a public hearing notice to create the permit under Chapter 437A of the Public Health and Safety Code. So it'll be a public hearing, and then you all will vote on the permit on August the 1st in order to meet those statutory timelines so that folks on September 1st can go to Tarrant County Public Health and receive that permit and operate anywhere in our county. So with that, I'll take any questions, and thank you very much.
Questions?
Just a comment. I'm liking that food truck bill.
We had to fight people off from including their counties, and we didn't want to get too big. We wanted to try it as a pilot because everyone thought it was a great idea.
What are you hearing at the Capitol scuttlebutt about a third special session?
So there is a number of rumors floating around. So they did not include the teacher pay raise. Teacher pay raises currently in this bill that was in the Senate bill from last special session. So August, September, October, somewhere in there, you do have the Attorney General's trial that's slated to start on September the 5th. That's going to be in the middle of all that. But sometime in the fall, we're going to have to go into a third special session.
Okay.
Or I would highly anticipate us to.
Got it.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay. That's our only briefing today. Any announcements or comments from the court? GK, do we have on July 18th the briefing on how we go about moving these projects forward that I had asked for, I believe, last meeting?
Yes, I will tell the court that July 18th is going to be a very busy meeting.
Okay.
Because
we can move that to August 1st if we need to.
Okay, because
but I wouldn't want any later than that.
Okay, we were going to go.
I'm not certain I'm going to be present August 1st.
Okay, so some of the big things that are coming down, obviously the LGC, Texas area LGC issue, we need to get on top of that. Our facilities plan, which I think it helped the court as a whole understand what we anticipate, get your input so we can modify that. I believe we have one or two other presentations that we're also going to make at that time. So it's going to be a busy day.
Okay. If Commissioner Brooks wants to be there, then I want him to be there. So
I'm scheduled to be at a conference here in Texas on next Tuesday, and so I was going to attend most of our meetings virtually if there was an option. But if it's that important of a meeting, I'll boogie back here. It's only a couple hours away, and I'll be present, so I'll miss a day of training if I need to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. If no other comments, we now turn to public comments. First person I have signed up to speak is Nan Terry. Is that it?
Thank you.
The rest of them were all, they were all non.
My name is Nan Terry. I'm a resident of Tarrant County.
Ms. Terry, would you pull that mic? There you go.
I know I'm short. My name is Nan Terry. I'm a resident of Tarrant County, and I remain concerned about the inmate deaths. Due to the recent events since our last meeting, I changed my planned remarks. 2 inmates died within 3 days. These deaths are now on your watch. The former deaths were that other commission. These are yours. Another lawsuit was filed by the family of a mentally ill deceased inmate. Tarrant County's had several negative media articles that really put the county in a negative light. If I were staff for a CEO for a Fortune 500 company moving to Tarrant County and read the numerous articles in the paper in the last 2 weeks, I'm not sure I'd come. Tarrant County's The Star-Telegram June 30th editorial entitled, How many more people must die in Tarrant County before someone acts? Or the Fort Worth Weekly article dated July 6th entitled, Pulling Favors. You should read that one. The numerous articles by KERA and the Star-Telegram mentioning the inmate deaths, mentioning the lawsuits. All of these are issues that would not encourage a company to move to Tarrant County. I was sitting in the audience and I was kind of intrigued with the cost-cutting discussions. My father's 91 and I was late to this meeting because I went to his place today because he has pneumonia and the doctor was concerned that he's not dehydrated. Well, I'm his daughter. He will drink for me. So I made sure he took his medicine, he ate his breakfast, and he drank two glasses before I came, so he wouldn't die of dehydration while on my watch. Yet we had an inmate whose inmate did die of dehydration. Even though the Texas Ranger was right and said yes, there was a faucet in the cell. That's really not right if she's mentally ill and doesn't know that she's supposed to drink. It's really not right if my father doesn't drink. I went down there and made sure he did. So the Fort Worth Star-Telegram says it better than I can. When is enough for the county commissioners? How many more potentially expensive lawsuits are they willing to risk? Who's willing to dig in and determine what's happening and how to prevent it? I don't understand the time spent on forklifts and space build out. Back to my dad. He jokes that some of his kids got the frugal gene and some didn't. And you know, Judge O'Hare and several others, you really did get frugal, the aspect of frugality, but not on these lawsuits. Not on why these inmates keep dying. The Star-Telegram says it right. What are you willing to risk? When are you going to look into it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next person signed up to speak is Julie Griffin.
Judge, Commissioners. My name is Julie Griffin, and I'm speaking as a citizen of Tarrant County. I live at 2128 Park Place Avenue, Fort Worth, Texas. I lift up Joanne Lemons, 55, incarcerated for property theft, and the inmate, name not released, who was 38 years old, both of whom died at Tarrant County Jail 3 weeks ago. I also lift up Jorge Rodriguez, a mentally ill inmate severely beaten without cause while in custody of the jail in 2020. Time after time, in response to another death at the jail, or in response to the actions or inaction on the part of jail deputies leading to horrific injuries, the sheriff's office pleads, no crime was committed. But in Mr. Rodriguez's case, a crime was committed, as concluded by the grand jury, a violent beating leading to the charge of aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury against the jailer, Reginald Roy Lowe. Yet it was dismissed with no reason provided other than blanket prosecutorial discretion. Might not pursuing justice in this case help repair the county's reputation and its treatment of citizens held at the jail? Here is one time when a felony charge is merited against a jailer and the county drops it. It is hard to wrap your mind in your sense of moral balance around this action. Are there implications in dismissal of the criminal charge for Mr. Rodriguez's civil case against the county and the jail? This is an important question. These civil cases may be the only avenue of accountability for the individual harmed in the community that we have. How will the county handle the evidence and materials in the criminal investigation of Mr. Lowe? Will these be preserved? We grieve for Joanne Lemons, for the unnamed person, 38 years old, and for Corey Rodriguez. We also grieve for Georgia K. Baldwin, who died of dehydration at the jail in 2021, and whose family has now filed a lawsuit against the county and jail. When will they end? When the jail comes to terms with its failures and addresses them fully, humanely, and urgently. In sum, I respectfully request the DA to reconsider this dismissal. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Geraldine Jackie Cox. I live in Commissioner Brooks' precinct. I bring to you today copies of a motion to dismiss filed by the state's district attorney. It says, comes now State of Texas by and through her criminal district attorney, and respectfully request the court to dismiss State of Texas versus Reginald Lowe. Can you hear me? No. All right. The DA's office has requested automatic dismissal of State versus Reginald Lowe, and the only reason given for dismissing this case is prosecutorial discretion. What prosecutorial discretion means is, I have the power to do this, I don't have to tell you, and I won't. And that's all that the court knew. And the court signed the order of dismissal because the DA has the power to dismiss, and he doesn't have a statutory duty to tell us why he did. But here's the problem. Also attached is the KERA article that describes just what it is that Reginald Lowe did. On July 19, 2020, Lowe slammed Corey Rodriguez into a concrete bunk and punched him several times, leaving him with 5 broken ribs, a broken cheekbone, and a collapsed lung, according to Lowe's arrest warrant. Lowe was charged with aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury, and 2 other jailers who were present in the cell at the time were charged with the lesser offense of criminal oppression. That looks horrible. there's just no good reason apparent to me why someone who had been investigated and I believe indicted by a grand jury for the felony offense of inflicting serious bodily harm on someone should have been dismissed without having to stand trial. I realize that I, as a citizen, have no power to mandamus the district attorney to bring things to trial, but I do have the voice to stand here and say, I feel betrayed. There is supposed to be a criminal justice system that works. And when law enforcement commit a crime, they, like any other person, should be subject to having to stand trial for that crime. A fair trial is owed. In fact, if Mr. Lowe had wanted one, he could have demanded a speedy trial. He didn't demand one, and 3 years later, the DA's office just dropped the case. Poof, gone. No consequences for Mr. Lowe.
Thank
We
you.
ask for an explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Doreen Geiger.
In July 2020, jailer Reginald Lowe slammed inmate Corey Rodriguez into a concrete bunk and beat him, leaving him with 5 broken ribs, a broken cheekbone, and a collapsed lung. 2 other jailers stood by, watched, and did nothing to stop the beating. Mr. Rodriguez was beaten so badly that he required surgery and has long-lasting injuries. He suffered from mental illness, was helpless, and lived in a special unit for inmates with mental illness. Since the criminal jailers never told anyone Mr. Rodriguez needed medical help, he was left 48 hours in his cell before anyone found him and called an ambulance. There was a video of what happened, and I hope it has not been tampered with by anyone. One of the jailers who watched the beating told the detective investigating the incident that it was passive guidance, not a hands-on altercation, and that he saw the incident, quote, as a normal thing in that special housing unit, unquote. Fortunately, the 3 jailers were fired, arrested, and charged with crimes. Mr. Lowe was charged with aggravated assault causing serious bodily injury, and a grand jury indicted Mr. Lowe. Last month, our district attorney dismissed charges against Mr. Lowe based on prosecutorial discretion. He must have asked Judge Andy Porter to sign this dismissal form. Our DA telling court to dismiss the criminal charges brought at the request of a grand jury leaves the defendant free to walk with no criminal accountability for his acts without ever having to go to trial. Sadly, this is not an isolated incident. There are some bad actors working in Sheriff Wayburn's jail who do beat up inmates. All of this smacks of the good old boy system of, I'll cover up for you if you cover up for me. Everyone involved in this case, from the jailer who beat up the inmate, to the jailers who just watched, to the jailers who did not find Mr. Rodriguez and call for an ambulance, to the sheriff, to the DA, to Judge Andy Porter, and to this commissioner's court, all need to be held to account. Thank you.
That's all that I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners' Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under Sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess.
ordinances.
Ready? Okay. We are back from recess. There is no action to take at this time after executive session. We will have a rather lengthy meeting next week on the 18th, starting bright and early. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move.
Motion. We have a second. Cast your vote. Passes close enough to unanimously.